Entonces, di tus tonterías, no te desvíes. No me importa, no me importa. No me importa. Y me falta. ¿Qué puedo hacer esto? Yeah. Espérate que qué error aquí. Así me voy a ir. Coge el carro y vieja. ¿A dónde vamos? Yo me dio una troquita. Otra me la robé, pero esto ya la puedo hacer todas las veces que quiero. ¿Dónde quiere que vaya? Ay, para que dije, no, aquí va a haber. No quiero. Ay, no. Yeah. No se puede ir de frente, todo debajo y mata todo. Hola. ¿Dónde están? Para aquí. Ahí está, ya me dio uno. Soy tonto. Oh. 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 Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Vamos a matar a todos porque te vas a ver. Como arriba, pues no va. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Ya sé que lo estás viendo y me acaba de decir. Oh. Ya, me quedé sin bala. No, me quedé. ¡Oh! Tiene una arma alrededor. Oh, yo quiero esa cosa. No, me mató, me mató. ¡Ah! No vas a esconder donde no vas a esperar. Yo sé que hay otro justo que está acá arriba. Más lejos. No. Venga, Este, iba a ser una chupa, una chupa. Una chupa jugando exactamente. Ya se quedó así. No, bueno para mí. Voy a comer algo porque si no me va a morir. Come. Está riendo. Las no estoy usando. Esto está vacía. Esto está en posición. ¿Qué es esto? Sí, ya está. Igual aquí. Soft tissue, blood bag, Oigan, duérmase. What the fuck? Fuck. Oh, what else? What is it doing? Okay. Bullshit. Bullshit. No, me está cayendo, me está cayendo. No lo traigo. Tira esto, tira esto. Tira esto, tira esto. Shit, tira. Este es... No, no se caiga, porque no se caiga, no se caiga, no se caiga, no se caiga, no se caiga. Eso jalo, no importa. Listo, a ver.
Well done, Sam. That's the last of the
Sácalo.
cargo. Let's head to our destination and
Deliver
make the
weapons in
delivery.
the burning bombs to the northern. Oh, ya, listo, déjalo. No tengo ni cajarlo. Está bien pesado, el puto no puede ni caminar. No tengo idea dónde está el pinche carro. No me digas que voy a tener que caminar así hasta allá. No, ¿dónde está mi carro? Chingados, si no voy a tener que caminar así. Y está. No, está muy lejos. Pues bueno, que camine el puto. Camina, puto. Camina, puto. Vámonos. Vámonos, puto. Va a tardar un chingo, yo. A ver si tengo otras piernas. No, no, no tengo ni. Bueno, pues, vámonos, puto. Pobrecito, vas a tener que caminar así por ojos, lo que tarde. Ahí está troca, yo vi esta troca. Esta no está troca. A tener que caminar, es que tiene tanto peso en la espalda que es estúpido, ¿no? Esta mierda que está aquí hace algo especial, algo que puedo usar. Nada, nada. Está mirando, puto. Vas a llegar, va a tardar un chingo, pero vas a llegar. Ponme 451 metros. Dale, puto, dale. Dale, 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 dale. Así va a tener que llegar, amigo. Yo no sé si no estoy en vivo, pero pues déjame pongo en vivo. No, sí estoy en vivo. Mira, pues, sí. Como todo está muy pesado, pues tristemente pues va a tener que llegar así. Va a tardar un chingo, pero pues ya la jodí, ya la jodí. No sé dónde dejé el vehículo. Si encuentro la troca, me subo la troca y me voy ya. Pero si no, va a tener que caminar así hasta que llegue ahí. Me está jodiendo las botas bien culero, pero pues trae otras botas, tío. Y trae otras botas, es lo bueno. Ay, desde la troca. Acá. Camina, puto, sigue caminando. Así es este estúpido juego. La jodes y la jodes y la jodes. Halo tú. ¡Ay, ahí está mi troca! ¡Yeah, mi troca! ¡Apúrate, idiota! ¡Apúrate, idiota! ¡Te vas a meter la troca! ¡Ay, está la troca! ¡Ay, tu bajar de acá es una montaña! ¡Ah! ¡Ay! ¡Yay! No tiré nada, no tiré nada. Milagro, 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 milagro. Súbete, idiota, y súbete a la troca. Súbete a la pinche troca. Ya. No le llegas, casi llegas. Casi llegas, ya casi llegas, ya casi llegas. Vámonos, ya casi, ya casi. ¡Bum! ¡Vámonos! Sí, vámonos, se acabó. Acabó, ya ando en la pinche troca. Qué bueno, qué bueno, qué bueno. Yo supe que la dejé ahí algo cerca. La dejé cerca a propósito. Sabía que todo iba a ser pinche pesado. Ay, te vas en tu troca.
Just about further now.
Ah, ya, ya, ya estás en tu troca. Vamos a dejar toda la pinche carga que tenía que dejar. Hoy, 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 hoy. Vámonos a dejar la carga. Se acabó. Ya.
Whoa, did you really go out and steal all that stuff from the brigands? Way to go, Sam. It all looks to be in decent enough condition to me.
Okay.
Job well done. You have accomplished so much. Done things only you could have done. We want you to have this data as thanks. We've increased your allocation. Now displaying your current porter grade.
Ya llegué, ya. Ya, mi amor, ya duérmete, duérmete. Usted duérmete.
And when you do
Duérmete,
place
duérmete.
them, but
No te digo, qué risa, qué risa, qué risa, qué risa. Es como, ¡ay, cómo llego, cómo llego, cómo llego! ¿Dónde está? Y es como, ¡ay, está tu troca! ¡Yeah! Le encuentras tu troca y dices, ¡ay, qué bueno! Ya no tengo que pinche puterías. Y luego ya llegas y ya. No, tú no sabes nada, no digas nada. Ya, ya, cállese, 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 cállese. Cállese, 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 cállese. No, ahora cállese, cállese, cállese. Cállese, cállese, cállese. No hables, mi amor, no importa. Siento ser otro esqueleto. Debería traer dos, pero no. Está bien, ya, ya. ver.
No mames, va a tardar como 30 minutos. No, está bonito porque pues sí. Traes un chingo de cosas en la espalda. Pues, sí. Una cosa de que parecía un trabajo, porque prácticamente sí agarras trabajo, es como Tu trabajo que sigue. Ahorita mismo tuve que agarrar un canguro, mi amor. Andaba en el bosque buscando un canguro y atrapé el canguro, lo metí en una caja, lo subí atrás de la troca y lo fui y lo dejé ir. Ah, y mientras estaba agarrando el canguro, se estaba quemando todo. ¿Por qué se está quemando todo? No entiendo nada. No, sí iba a tomar este acto de esta. A mí no me cobran porque también se trata. Entonces va a ser 0 menos 50%. Yo ordeno, tiene que ser $15, pero me van a quitar 50%. Entonces yo voy a pagar 7 algo y van a pagar $15 de comida. A ver qué ordeno. A ver qué ordeno. Ah, déjame me tomo una foto y ando pelón. Voy a poner cara de donkey como tú, de burro. Y ando pelón otra vez. Me puse cara. Ah, no, ¿sabes qué? Déjame ver esto rápido. Ah, muy buena oferta. 50% de descuento. Hermoso. Hermoso. Es chiquito. Ordena $15, te quitamos un 50%. Entonces va a ser $15 de comida. No me van a cobrar para dejarlo. Voy a ordenar un chingo de cosas bien ricas. Quiero un double stuffed taco. ¿Oh? Uy, y hay unas cosas que si compra uno, te regalamos uno. Ese no. El de carne asada. Quiero carne asada de no me la veo. No me la veo. Pendejo. Entonces tengo que llegar a $15. Tengo que hacer todo lo posible para llegar cerca a $15. Esto está $1.57. Uno de burritos con arroz. Uno, 1.94. El doble con los frijoles y el queso. El doble con los frijoles y el queso. Necesito llegar a $15. No me dan el cupón. Pero es llegar a 15 para que te quiten 7. Porque la cosa es que tienes que ordenar $15 de comida y te quitan 50%. Si ordenas menos o más, bueno, si ordenas más, pues claro, te quitan. Pero si ordenas menos, que no, chalupa. ¡Oh, hay crunchy taco! ¡Sabrosa taco! Taco. 2.31. Vamos. Mm. Taco. Sí, un pochero taco. A 1.57, no. 1.57. Burrito más, otro burrito, otro burrito, ya tengo uno. A ver dónde voy. A ver dónde ando. Yo creo que le pegué. Yo le pegué el no, no quiero que se me ahorita nomás tope. Me faltan otros $5. ¿Qué más quieren? Quesadilla. No, también ahora que quiero churro. Ya no, me sale bien me salen como unos $5. Ay, este se ve rico. Este se ve rico. Este. 2.77. Se ve muy rico. Ese. Ya tengo dos acá. Este era como $6. Puedo comer como 2 días, ¿no? Puedo comer prácticamente 2 días con algo que ordené por $7. Y ya estaba pobre, va a retirar. Varias veces. Cuando alguien me dice 50%, es como yo brinco. Otro crunchy taco. Yeah. Otro crunchy taco. A ver si brinqué aquí. Dice, ahorita está salvando $8 con 62 centavos. A ver cuánto es. Ahorita estoy supuestamente salvando $8 con la promoción. Me la van a llegar, me va a llegar gratis. Brinqué un poquito. $13. Necesito algo. Es que prefiero estar a 15, exacto. Vamos a ver qué tengo extra. Vamos a ver qué tengo extra, porque Para que me llegue a mi casa es 0. Los cobros son 4 vales. La promoción me quita 8 vales. Ahorita estoy $2 con 23 centavos arriba de. A ver, ¿qué le puedo cambiar? A ver. Algo que cueste como $2. Ese no tanto. No sé qué tal el papaya. Espérate. Sí, ya sé qué tal el papaya. Agrego otro de papaya. Ahí está. El de papa vale verga. Vale papa bien. No, pero no. Pero no vale exactamente 2 algo. Mm, mm, ah, el double stack está ahí. Voy a 17.20, necesito quitar $2. Y este cuesta 1.57. Mm, mm, el burro. Sí, el burro. No sé qué tal 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 el burro porque de verdad no me gustan mucho los burros. Está rico porque viene con. No sé qué tal el burro. Burro, estupidez. Menos. No quiero el burro. Quiero el burro de frijoles. Ahora vea. Remove. Ya. Ok. Ahora me está quitando 7.65, pero estoy prácticamente a $15. ¿Sabes? Que sigue, dice, ¿cuánto le quieres dar de propina? Y yo, pero, porque, no, gracias, no importa, pero, pues, cero propina. ¿Cuánto va a salir? Pues, ¿cuánto va a salir? Mi mamá me dice, cobra la carta. ¿Cuánto va a salir? Mi mamá es 15.29. Entonces, sí, si gasté 15, me quitaron 7. No, 11.90. Ese está mínimo, tienes que poner atención. Está bien, para comer con un marranito ahorita, pero para usted, para mí la verdad, pero qué bueno que puse, no, ay, que mire, tiene razón, que pues, vale verga, les pagan que no, no, $11, ahí quedó, 7 tacos chingones, comer 2 veces, ¿sí? Mañana va a tener comida. A las 10:48 supuestamente. Ahorita verdad el puto, pero me vale verga. No trabajo por esa compañía, no hay problema. Se le pone una opción de no poner proteína. No quiero darte mi trabajo. ¿Yo por qué te voy a pagar extra para que hagas tu pinche trabajo? Yo le doy propina a la gente que me corta el pelo, bueno, cuando tenía pelo. Yo doy propina a la que me trae las cervezas, para que me traiga más cervezas y yo doy todo es un poquito. Yo hice trabajo y se acabó. Es un trabajo difícil. Llega una pinche orden, tráeme mi orden, se acabó. Tengo que darte dinero para pagar tu pinche trabajo, ¿no? Están pagando. ¿Por qué tú tienes que dar dinero extra para que hagas tu pinche trabajo? No importa, yo he trabajado en varios lugares donde es como si te dan propinas y esto y el otro, y es como que sí. Pero yo cocino la comida. Y me dan propinas a mí, es porque me ven en chinga y yo hago tu pinche hamburguesa. Yo no hiciste la hamburguesa, puto, tú nomás me la vas a traer y te están pagando para que me traigan la hamburguesa. ¿Qué día no tengo que darte más dinero para que me traigan la pinche hamburguesa? Este es tu trabajo. Ese sistema está bien. Así hacen los cosas. Y yo la dejé muy rápida. Porque yo te la llevé hasta tu pinche casa rápida. Esto todo vale verga y lo estoy viendo. Posiblemente si me da la gana, pues le doy $1, no sé. ¿Entiendes? Pero 50% es muy bien. 50% es estúpido. ¿Cómo puedo ordenar 7 cosas? Me costaron $10. Mañana voy a tener 2 o 3 tacos para comer. No me voy a comer los 7 tacos, voy a comer como 2 o 3. Qué rico. Y se trata de la consistencia. Mi burrito de Belén. Por eso me pongo unas chingo de cosas de burro. Voy a poner el otro que me acordó de ti. Dame un beso. Dame un beso. Dame un beso. Yo te amo. Mucho, 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 mucho. El burro pendejo que se da la vuelta es mi favorito. Yo que ahorita te encontraste y te subes arriba. Y haces eso yo. Venga, oye, ya me encontraste. El perfecto es el burro que se da vuelta. Qué tonto. Y se voy a brincar. Mira. Qué odio. Tío, qué triste que allá no existe. Qué raro que no se vio Paco Bell. I Call of Duty, man. ¿Por qué Call of Duty? Remember. Qué triste que los mexas no entendieron. Esta es comida chapa, es comida chapa, pero deliciosa. Cerramos muy tarde y hacemos caca. ¿Quieres caca? Aquí hay caca. ¿Quieres caca? Son los peores que existen, pero saben eso. Bueno, lo peor que existe y está como, yo no sé, no sabe pedo. No sabe pedo, no sabe pedo. Siempre pienso que me encanta. Ya llegó Taco Bell. Está a llegar, está a llegar. ¿Qué tal? No tuve que mover. Ahorita puedo comer. Yes, sir. This place in order over, I think it's Uber. It's Atlanta Fernandez Allen F. If you have it, I mistakenly didn't put, I wanted some pop-up in this one. Yeah, man, I'm very sorry. I think, I just, I don't know. What Diablo? Very sorry about that. You good? Thank you. Right on. No, perdón, cállate la boca, te tuve que colgar, porque de parte de que estás dormida, se me olvidó pedir hot sauce. Yo quería degustar mucho, tiene una salsita que se llama El Diablo, y me gustan mucho, si yo, me echas un chingo de muchos, perdón, es que no lo quiero, muy bien, perfecto. Dijo, no, está bien, gracias por hablar. Este sí, ahí se nos aventamos bien. Ah, perdón, bye. Ahí viene ahorita, está esperando, ahí viene. Qué rica está esa salsita, no sé qué es, parece de tomate, pero me gusta ponerle uno a dos a cada uno. Pero yo voy a poder comer rico. Tristemente, mañana voy a ir al casino y mañana voy a ir a ver mi música. Voy a decir, hey, come venga, ahorita tu cheque. No hay sentimientos, no hay nada. Qué raro, no me gusta. Si me gustara seguir ahí, yo odio todo, yo odio todo que me pasó, más que varias cosas. Yo ahorita odio, yo no odio todo, yo no odio clásica, yo no odio las cosas. Pero sí odio la roca, pero pues más necesario, pero pues varias cosas como que esos lugares como yo no sé. Y no, si me hice cualquier tontería, pues no pasa nada. Como tranquila, después checas, así. Voy a poder hacer dos cosas al mismo tiempo, ¿no? Y que me digan, sálgase de aquí. Pero puto que a mí, qué idiota, yo los pinches los mato a todos. No hay que pelear contra Alan. Uno, los pinches mato a todos. Vean, una de estas voy a entrar y voy a decir, oye, venga a recorrerse. Dice, no, que ahí viene y va a venir el tutor. ¿Y qué dice que? Me lo va a dar. Y seguro, si dice, tú haces como tu tiempo, nada, va a decir, ahorita tú dices, no, no, me mierda, no, voy a cambiar mi check-in, voy a tener dinero para poder sobrevivir por un rato. No, primero voy al casino después hago eso. El casino y voy a preguntar, oye, me dijeron que tenía un evento el 8 y el 9. Ay, pues. Un taco, un bus. Realmente no traigo nada, hombre. Nomás lo ordené porque no mames 50% de descuento. Es mucho. Te digo 50% de descuento cuando ordenas 15. $7, pero te lo traen a tu casa, ¿no? Qué rico. No va a chingar este burrito. Está lleno de queso, está hermoso. Rico. Qué rico poder comer. Casi nunca los tiempos pocos que puedo me hacen feliz. No debería gastar $10, debería de comer mierda que está en el refri. ¿Está bien? 50% es. Puedo comer algo rico en lugar de algo asqueroso que no quiero comer. Uy, pero como si era uno más chapa, sería papá. El papá. Muy rico. Ahora tengo la India. Ahora tengo la India, como te digo. Ah, tengo la India. ¿Sabes qué es este? Ay, es otro de papá, salió otro de papá. Qué risa. A ver cómo están. Todo está igual que el otro. Mm, mm. Está bien. Va a comer dos. Y me da más hambre después. Está bien. Qué raro. Los dos tacos y todos son idénticos. Saqué dos de papas. Y les voy a poner un chingo de chile. Y este se llama el chile del diablo. Diablo, diablo. Hay fuego y hay diablo. Bueno, déjame le pongo fuego y diablo. Pero yo prefiero diablo. Qué raro. Yo solo con esto me va a llenar. Y si no, ahí tengo más. ¿No? Pero qué raro, los primeros dos que saqué son de papas. Son de papas. Y voy a tomar una foto para que vean. Pues le voy a tomar. Mm, sí, sí. Tú tienes tus problemas, tú tienes tus problemas. Ahí están. Sí. Viene con un chingo de queso, lechuga, papas. Un burro, lo más tonto en el mundo, lo más simple en el mundo. Pero a mí me gusta ponerle chile y pues lo hago más de bueno, pues lo hago como me gusta a mí. No pican. Así es cuando íbamos le dijera, quiero fire, fire, fire. Ya como cuánto yo, como 100. Y 100 de verdad, yo no me la chingo todas de verdad. Lo que jugando. Y le echaba como 3 o 4 o 5. Están deliciosas. Las del diablo, supuestamente. Es para gringos. Para gringos. Mm, A mí me sabe como a mayonesa. O me sabe cerca esa mostaza picante. No pica en lo mínimo. Pero sí es para gringos. para gringos, es para gringos. Como, uy, muy spicy, muy spicy. Como, usted no sabe pin, para que es mismo. Duérmase, Donkey. Duérmase, Donkey. Allá es como, esta mierda me está quemando la boca y yo hoy lo amo. Eso está chingón. Las salsitas en el tacotote a veces yo, hijo, qué suave. En comparación a esto no hace nada. Y es el tacotote que es como de todos lados. Mm, No está feo. No sé. Está ahí como ketchup. Ya sabor. Ya. ¿Cómo que prueba otra tontota? Yo siempre pruebo lo más caliente y le echo un chingo de todo. Ya está en varios lugares. Dice, esta está culerísima. Y luego la pruebo y yo, sabe mayonesa, güey. Dicen, sí, pues lo hacen con mayonesa y yo, no pica. Esta es la que supuestamente pican. Sabe mayonesa. No me gusta la mayonesa. Yo se me queda viendo, dice, le va a picar, le va a picar, le va a picar. Y yo como, no, nomás estoy aburrido ya. No me va a picar porque no pica. Le pica a los putos, ¿verdad? Deberían decir, oye, si tienes la verga chica, esta madre te va a picar. Como a mí, a mí no me pica y yo tengo la verga chica, entonces yo no entiendo. No me pica de ninguna forma, es como, la salsa del diablo. Supuestamente la más picosa. Y es como, no pica para. Bueno, ahora sigue el taquito. No, los de la. Oh, estos están chingones, mi amor. De la tortilla dura. Es que Taco Bell, yo no sé quién, yo no sé quién fue estúpidamente inteligente que dijo, sabes que toda la comida mexicana son como tres cosas: tortillas, no, cuatro o cinco cosas, cuatro o cinco. Es carne, pollo, tortilla, frijoles, arroz, pero todos hacen lo mismo. Y dijeron, ¿sabes qué? Y si nomás compramos esas cosas y hacemos varias cosas, y yo, ellos han hecho miles de cosas que no existen. Chalupas y estas pendejadas y esto y el otro. No, esos son gringos en un lugar que dijeron, ¿qué hacemos? ¿Qué hacemos si le ponemos una tortilla al lado? Y luego le ponemos queso, y luego que si ponemos otra tortilla y le ponemos frijoles. Y alguien dijo, oh, eso qué rico. Y luego dijeron, el triple stack. Sí, tonterías, tonterías que ni los mexicanos pensaron. De cientos de años de tener la misma cosa, nunca pensaron. La chalupa está chingona, me encantan las chalupas. ¿Qué es una pinche chalupa? Yo no sé qué es una chalupa. Es como una tortilla de maíz que está como tostada y luego le ponen queso y frijoles y luego le ponen otro taco adentro. Sabe delicioso, pero ¿sabes quién hizo esa putería? Unos idiotas gringos. Nadie decidió en México que si hacemos esto. No, nadie decidió. Nomás dijeron, no, pues no sabemos nada. Unos burros y tortas. Y un idiota dijo, ¿qué si hacemos esto? Y yo, pues a ver. Ah, está rico. Pues bueno. Nomás decidieron su pendejada ya. Una pendejada nomás. Es como alguien decidió que si haces un taco como frito y luego le pones frijoles al lado y luego le pones otra tortilla y le metes queso en medio, con queso adentro y con todo. Como pues sí, es una chalupa supreme. Y está hermosa, hermosa. No, me imagino el puto delicioso, está bien grifo. Me imagino, dijo, tengo ni idea. Un taco adentro de otro taco con otro taco adentro. Y van a decir, ¿de qué estás hablando, pendejo? Eres un idiota. Y dicen, no, es que le pones un taco y luego le pones queso y luego le pones frijoles y luego lo envuelves todo con una tortilla que le hicieron refrita. Y alguien le dijo, eres un idiota, pendejo. Y luego inmediatamente puso la receta y lo vendió. Digo, ya soy un millonario. Como así, pues a huevo. Mm, mm. Te voy a traer una chalupa, amigo. A la otra, antes de que te vea, mi amor, te voy a traer la chalupa, pero te voy a traer la que tiene queso y todo. Y no sé si la has probado, pero pues está deliciosa, mi amor, deliciosa. Y qué risa que le hizo una marca que vende supuestamente comida mexicana, pero claro que no, no es mexicana. En Juárez no venden eso, venden burros, de frijoles, claro. Taco Bell no vende nada que venden en Juárez. Nada, nada, nada. Por eso no se compara comida mexicana de verdad. Pero igual, A veces está mejor. A veces está mejor. A veces yo pienso, ¿cómo es posible? ¿Cómo es posible que... Bueno, pues no, por eso. No sé por eso. Tienen más dinero, tienen más todo. Por eso. ¿Cómo es posible? Porque están pensando. Ya, duérmete, mi. Vamos, ándale, ándale, vale.
Such networking, the only way I can frame this is that the labor market is toast. The labor market is the leading part of the U.S. economy on which everything else is constructed. And now with government and private data finally flowing in lockstep again, here's how I can sum this up. Even the good news is bad, in that some figures aren't as bad as predicted, but the reasons behind it are actually pretty bad. And I know I just said bad a lot, so it's on me to contextualize this. The long and the short of it is that the top of the K-shaped economy is pulling further and further away from the bottom. And the administration is about to undertake some really reckless economic programs because they are hell-bent on turning this country into a global society with norms and service. There isn't a lot we can do about it in the short run, but knowledge is power. There is a blueprint to move forward. The Democratic Party has the courage to follow it. Ready to go through it all? Me too. So let's go. Okay, we're going to do some layering to show how easy it is to cherry pick data and tell the story that we want. So let's start with the government data that ostensibly wasn't all that terrible. These are initial jobs claims. Now, the market was predicting between 200 and 220,000 initial claims this week. So when the figures came in at 191,000, it was cause for celebration. There was some chatter that this might not be fully baked because it included Thanksgiving, but I'm going to pour water on that because I went back to open Thanksgiving week historically, and there really aren't any material differences. So we'll chalk this one up to a win, sort of. Now, the next big government release was continuing claims. Here again, it was a muted release with 1.9 million continuing claims, meaning people remained on the unemployment rolls. So this was also taken as a somewhat positive sign because it was just under what it was the week before. Now I'll give you the last piece of government data that Wall Street and Trump economists will point to that the labor market is holding up. Actually, here's how they say it. Wall Street will characterize it as softening. Fed officials will say that there's a structural weakness, and Trump officials will say that labor's resilient. That's what makes this so hard to parse. So here's the last piece. This is prime age labor participation. We've shown this one before, but it's important because this is what labor economists at the Fed and the administration really look to in order to gauge the health of the labor market. So I'll show you why they don't think the sky is falling, but then I'll unpack why this number is no longer as relevant, and the fact that we build our economic models around it is entirely problematic. This is the labor market participation between the ages of 25 and 54. This is the most productive segment of the population in terms of earning potential for consumer in the U.S. economy. So you can see that participation. Let's quickly look at the total participation rate. This is the workforce above the age of 18, the total participation rate. This is where you can discern some structural weakness because since the pandemic, the participation rate hasn't been this low since the mid-1970s. The question is, does it matter? The answer is yes, very much so. And here's why.
In a case involving 200 Venezuelans sent to El Salvador without due process by the Trump administration, on an order by Christine Hope, are we one step closer to Christine Hope being sent to prison or for criminal prosecution by a federal judge? Well, I have a new order of Chief Judge Boasberg, and where he posits that while he doesn't currently have enough information at his disposal to determine whether Christino willfully violated his court order to turn the planes back around and not fly to El Salvador. He's going to do some more fact-finding. Not out of question, would be premature. When does premature become mature? That's what I want you to know here. Please touch it. Legally, I found it with Opak. This all arises out of a case we refer to as G. Has to do with 200 Venezuelans who were originally shipped without due process to El Salvador sea customs to get them away in the middle of the night from federal jurisdiction. It was stopped by the American Civil Liberties Union and other groups who ran into court and got Judge Boasberg in an afternoon hearing on the 15th of March to ground the planes. And he told Drew Ensign, the lawyer for the Department of Justice, ground those planes, tear down those runways. Except Drew Ensign either didn't care, or the Department of Justice clearly didn't care, or Homeland Security, because the planes kept flying. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a classic example of contempt of a court order. It's called contumacious conduct. Now, for the last 5 or 6 months, the case was stuck in appeals court. It's now unstuck, and the Boasberg, chief judge of the D.C. federal trial court, is moving forward with his determination. He's already determined that there's probable cause that there was criminal contempt that was committed by the Trump administration. Now he knows it's Christino, because they filed an admission just a few days ago in which they threw Christino under the bus because the judge said, who made the decision? Who gave the code red? They said, it was Santiago. No, it was Christino. And so he said, fine. Submit an affidavit from Christino about why she made that decision. A couple days ago, she submitted this ridiculous 2-paragraph affidavit under oath in which she said, there was a hearing, they told me about there, they told me about it that night, and then my lawyers told me, and I didn't know, and I gave people. It's like, that's not going to do it, Christy. When I saw those declarations from her, from Todd Blanche, from Joe Massara, who's the general counsel for Homeland Security, my first reaction, and I did a hot take on it, was, they just told off the judge, told him to go F off. And as a result, he is now going to have a fuller hearing, or fulsome hearing, as we like to say. So, he said out loud, I want to speak to Erez Ruveni. Erez Ruveni, to continue my movie buff pop culture references, is sort of like Kaiser Soze. You know what I'm talking about with usual suspects. Erez Ruveni was a lawyer for the Department of Justice who got fired from Congress. And he prepared and provided to Congress a 30-page whistleblower statement in which he said that A. Bill Bovin, who is now on the Third Circuit Court of Appeals, being hit there by Donald Trump, he was the acting number 3 in the Department of Justice, gave the command to the immigration litigation lawyers for the Department of Justice, there to tell judges to F off. In fact, in case you forgot Erez Ruveni, here's Erez on 60 Minutes.
At the beginning of the second Trump administration, you were promoted again. That's right. Very soon into the administration, I was selected to be the acting deputy director of the immigration section, overseeing about 100 attorneys in every case that arose in the federal district courts.
But it was the very day of that promotion, Friday, March 14th, that he and others were called to a fateful meeting with Abel Bovin, President Trump's newly appointed number 3 at the Justice Department, who was once Trump's criminal defense attorney.
And we were told at this meeting that over the weekend, the President of the United States will be signing something called the Alien Entities Act. This is a wartime law from 1798, invoked 3 times in the nation's history during the War of 1812, World War I, and World War II.
The Alien Entities Act allows rapid expulsion from the U.S. of the citizens of enemy nations during a war, but without a nuclear war. Trump used it against more than one war in Venezuela that the government said were terrorists. They were to be denied their right to be heard by a judge. He says nobody expected a judge.
But he emphasized
on the Court of Appeals judge denying that he gave that statement, although curiously basically saying he can't recall exactly at that moment, like he's used the F word on numerous occasions before. Here's his back and forth with Adam Schiff.
In the complaint, it says Bove stated that DOJ would need to consider telling the courts fuck you and ignoring any such code word. Did you say anything of that kind in the meeting? Senator, I have no recollection of saying anything of that kind. You said you should have called Mr. Bove if you said suggested during a meeting with Justice Department lawyers. Maybe they should consider telling the court fuck you. It seems to me that would be something you remember unless that's the kind of thing you say frequently. Well, I've certainly said things. Encourage you litigators at the department to fight hard for valid positions that we have to take. And you frequently suggested that they say fuck you and ignore court orders. Is that also something you frequently do, such you might not remember doing it on this occasion? No, as I explained, I never did you not make those comments during the meeting? Need me repeated? Did you suggest, as Mr. Benny wrote, that DOJ would need to consider telling the courts or any such rule? I did not suggest that they did need to consider orders and that behavior would be to discuss. Did you suggest telling the courts fuck you in any manner? I don't know. Just don't remember that.
You know that nostalgic feeling of sitting at the breakfast table as a kid and pouring a giant bowl of cereal that just tasted amazing? Well, Magic Spoon has reinvented that feeling with cereal and treats that bring back the flavors you love, but in a way, actually fuels your day. Every serving of Magic Spoon's high-protein cereal packs 13 grams of protein, 0 sugar, and 4 grams of net carbs, and the flavors straight out of your childhood, fruity, cocoa, and frosted. And then there are the Magic Spoon treats. Crispy, crunchy, airy, and ridiculously satisfying.
You know what? It's not like you made a cuss. He's a high-energy alpha who trusts me and listens to me no matter what. Isn't that right, Mr. President? SNL roasted Donald Trump and his very real Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, as a belligerent guy trying to explain away alleged war crimes. Once, the wildest part of the sketch wasn't the joke. It was how close it landed to the real thing, because the Hegseth that they portrayed, defensive, hostile, panicked, and carrying himself with the emotional stability of a frat bro who thinks that WWE is a documentary, is the same Hegseth that we see anytime this White House has to deal with a crisis. The pattern is always the same. Deny everything, blame someone else, and pray to God the president doesn't fall asleep mid-sentence. We're the fades. You out. Really? You're hiding under that blazer, Porky? Bill and Joe scale the one thing that the real Pete Hegseth brings to the job. The temperament of a guy who thinks that shouting is a leadership style. You know you're off to a bad start when your first line in a press conference sounds like Tony Perkins with heavyweights.
Engine cameras not just been canceled today due to lack of muscle. Do you believe it?
And remember, this sketch didn't appear out of nowhere. It comes after days of headlines about Hegseth denying that he ordered a second strike on a Venezuelan drug war. This administration has turned counter-narcotics into a militarized PR stunt. Hegseth is overseen it with the maturity of a middle schooler whose monster energy just got taken away. Now you got questions for me? Fine. Pretend I'm a random fishing hook and fire away. Okay. Is there any truth to the allegations that after an initial strike on a drug smuggling boat, you ordered a second strike to kill the survivors? First of all, they're kind of cruel. Sure is that. And no place in Operation Kill Everybody. Second, I'm afraid of what happened. Okay, I was so jacked up after the first strike, I had to make an emergency call to my sponsor. I'm sorry, a guy I met at an anonymous meeting. So I don't drink something that I like and I want, but I can't have, but I want it and I need it and I want it right now. It's booze. Pete Hegseth has become spinning, dodging, and deflecting questions about the strike. Colin Jost captured it by making him sound like a guy who would absolutely start a bar fight in Applebee's. Hours before SNL aired, this was a real interaction with Hegseth. Most important thing today are the ongoing operations in the Caribbean. This is the same administration that keeps telling us this.
You guys should all be very grateful that we have the most transparent administration in history.
And yet the Secretary of Defense can't commit to a yes or no answer about a video that either clears him or destroys him. It's the kind of response you get when you know exactly what's on the table. You're afraid that no one ever sees it, or that someone accidentally deletes the footage, which, to be honest, in this administration is less of a conspiracy theory and more of a recurring workplace hazard. Next question.
Yes, what do you say to Senator Mark Kelly, who said you act like a 12-year-old playing Barbie?
First of all, Kelly has a girl name. Just for the same dress.
Oh, it's Mark, like I said.
Mark Kelly actually said that. An actual U.S. Senator, a former astronaut, a grown man who has seen space to look down at Earth and still somehow found that Pete Henson is the most chaotic thing he's ever encountered.
He runs around on a stage talking about warrior ethos and killing me. That's not the message that needs to come from the Secretary of Defense. He runs around on a stage like he's a 12-year-old playing Harper. And it is ridiculous. It is embarrassing. Let's imagine this thing. Look at it. Jobs in our
Well, to answer your question, I was just laying on me. Would there be any dead instrument of narco terrorists in Venezuela right now? Next question. That right there tells you everything you need to know about how the public sees Exit. He's not the adult room. He's the reason the adults left the room. Then SNL drops a joke that probably made the real Megan's lawyer sit up like a prairie dog. So it's aiding the official. No, it's 6-7. 6-7. Idiot. Let's just say if I had a drink for every Venezuelan we've killed, I really like that number of drinks. Last minute shopping during the holidays, article. Probably ran out like what to buy. The stores are forget about Frank. Laura Frames is the best last minute solution with a gift that feels thoughtful and personal. When it comes to gift giving, especially during the holidays, I typically struggle with ideas of what to buy for family, so I just tend to put it off a bit because I want to get them something special, something memorable. And Laura Frames, in my opinion, is the best giver. Laura Frames lets you share photos or videos from any device and they will instantly appear on the frame, wherever it is in the world. It can be a home, office, or even someone's home across the country or world, wherever you want to share it. At night, when you turn off the lights, your frame also turns off to save energy until you sleep. And speaking of time, it only takes about 2 minutes to set up a frame using the Aura. Just download the Aura app and connect to Wi-Fi. Reload your photos before it ships and keep adding from anywhere, anytime. Add a message before your gift arrives, then share photos and videos effortlessly, straight from your phone all year long. Every frame comes packaged in a premium gift box with no price tag, so it's ready to gift. You can't wrap togetherness, but you can frame it. And now, parents have one, my family in Mexico has one, and my in-laws have one. So even though we may not always be in the same place, we can always share the moments that make us feel close. For a limited time, save on the perfect gift by visiting AuraFrames.com to get $35 off Aura's best-selling portrait frame, named #1 by Wirecutter by using promo code GABE at checkout. That's AURA frames.com. GABE. Terms and conditions apply. Exit and Trump have been aggressively defending the administration's approach to drug interdiction like it's a kind of sport.
The last few minutes literally shot out a carrying a lot of drugs in that boat. We had a lot of drugs pouring into our country, coming in for a long time. And just this came out of Venezuela, coming out very heavily from Venezuela. A lot of things are coming out of Venezuela. So we took it out.
Now, SNL made sure to go after others in the Pentagon's mission and arrest like Matt Gates. Yes, as in to catch a predator, Matt Gates. Oh my God, not Matt Gates.
It's me, Matt Gates. I'm here now. So, we're only killing people who are trafficking drugs, right? So, hypothetically, if someone's trafficking something else, they'd be okay.
A drug smuggler is
back in the day before I got banned at $150,000 for basically saying I don't and would never have sexually transgender. That's my country, and I want to show people the truth. I've done journalism. It's wrong.
Shit, you. I think we've had enough of this going on. SNL didn't have to stretch the truth. They just filmed it. Just look at the love fest between Trump and Jordan Mondani. And then he called him a fat ass.
That's easier than explaining it.
SNL for companies. This is not an exaggeration. This is based on multiple real moments that happened where Trump appeared to Mondani. It was weird in the joke. It's not even satire. That's literally how the administration talks. Every time Trump says something unhinged, there's a small Orwell loyalist explaining, right, man? He's actually making it purpose. I mean, look no further than Chrissy Nolan.
Burra, cerca. Ya no estoy seguro, claro. No, me comí, sí lo sé. Bien, bien. Bien, pero todo está muy bien. Te digo. Ya cuando ando contigo siempre tengo la mala suerte de que todo salga mía. Aquí es como el peor lugar, ¿sabes? Yo sí me rasuré más, me caso de que me faltó aquí, me pregunto a mi mamá. Yo voy a estar aquí, me voy a ir a estar por mi cheque porque me quedan con $50. Que te digan tu cheque no está para vivir así. Ya, me vale ver de aquí, no, es la mamá de que yo te lo mandé por correo de esto. Pero por favor, el correo de ahí debe de tardar menos de un día. Que son tan capaces de enviar de cuenta una tontería de que no tenemos un poquito la segura de esto y lo que ya está terminado. Ya te he conocido perfectamente bien. No hago nada, mi amor, nunca lo haces. Nunca estás. Y ajá, se me olvida que cuando te duele el estómago, estás pinche dormido. Ya no todo el fin, muy raro, es un chiste y ya. Era un chiste, eres el burro que brinca la barra y se da la pinche vuelta por el idiota. te vas a dar la vuelta y te sacas ahí, rarísimo. Es que tengo varias cosas, pero me gusta aquí todo porque me dio risa, dije, ay, cállate, niño, niño. Y luego, chingado, me lo robaste, y luego empezaste, ay, hop, y yo, ay, no, porque dije, ay, ahora está chingando ella, ya no quiero ya. Y lo chistoso era que cuando dices una pendejada, yo te digo, ¡Ian, Ian! Y luego nomás se tatuaban, ¡Ian, Ian! Por todos lados, Dios, ¡cállate! Estoy viéndonos y tú nomás, ¡Ian, Ian! Y yo, chingado, no puedo más que reírme, pero de todos modos, no mames. Pensar que anda con una retardadita que no puede aquí anda gritando, tío, yo. Sí, ay, me está comiendo yo. Vete para allá, te pones que hacer. Ya comí, tengo sueño. Voy a estar dormidota todo el día. No es cierto, te hablo y... Señor, llama a mí, buenas noches, yo no sé qué hiciste. Tengo sueño y estoy lleno y quiero dormir. Estoy jugando, yo no voy a... Otras veces, pues, con cosas papeles. Es importante que el arte me despierte. Voy a tratar de irlo más a las 12. Abren a las 11, voy a ir lo más temprano posible y luego a ver qué pedo. Ay, ya te conscientes de los extraños. Estamos mucho. Dale, hijo, hijo. Dale, hijo. Digo, es el burrito que se cae, es el burrito que se cae. Es el perfecto burrito que se cae. El que trata de subir y luego se da la pinche vuelta. Sí, exacto, exacto. Ahí te vi a ti, ahí te vi a ti. Dije, oh. Yo encontré el burro más perfecto. Es como, wow, sale el burro perfecto. Estoy jugando. A veces me dicen, ¿sabes qué te voy a contar? Y yo, y no te quedas callado. Yo, y se le paró la mente, se le paró la mente. Hopa, hopa. Pero yo me iba a decir, no, buenas noches, niño. Vale.
it's those kind of wacky kind of movies of that era, the action ones.
Obviously, generated results. In order to report like a robot doing things, isn't that same category? It's just damn what's going on.
Yeah, Grease.
Chance.
The movie made for Grace Randall. Happy. What wacky lady? I'm always happy to see Grace Randall. She looks like she's really happy too. And that's great. I'm happy you're happy as well. That's right. That's right. We have Chris Stuck dragging us back. Yeah, that's right. I'm dragging you back. Don't worry.
Made out of gray and what do you think feel like if he had an anecdote of somebody or from that game into that slots game and then end up like sleeping under a bridge?
You feel good. I see what you mean. Well, he went back to he's not paycheck to paycheck. He's just like,
You're supposed to address it like properly. I think you would have to play ignorant as best you can. See what she's got.
But what if the wizard is there? And what if the wizard is next to him and just will every time it's like, nah, you're lying. You know more than
well, I mean, if you add the wizard to the equation, it's. I mean, then I guess we can.
I mean, yeah, it's not a useful hypothetical this time around because it's just it'll never be the case, right? So he's because unfortunately the wizard's a legend, but he's just not real.
He's real in our heart.
Yes, he is. But so he is real to me. He could play ignorance for a while, but you would be able, if he wasn't allowed to run away from the conversation, you would be able to lock him down eventually.
Oh yeah, there's no defense. He can produce. He is a grown man. He knows about gambling and he knows about his audience and he knows what the backlash will be. He knows all this stuff, obviously.
I mean, he could just play the card of like everyone knows. It's fine. Everyone knows.
Yeah, you just chat synthetic man. That's true.
As Quang finds an unlikely ally on his journey in search of the ultimate adversary. Along with this note, I'm also really excited about a new movie called Keeper, which is directed by Osgood Perkins.
I see why
I had no idea Mahler had this.
Yeah, Frank and I did not show each other our compilations. This has happened, so...
We just independently of one another thought this was weird and wacky.
And it is. It's fucking strange.
November 14th. Opens in theaters nationwide November 14th. I was lucky enough to see about 30 minutes of this film, and I agree with everything those filmmakers said.
What a stupid thing to say, like, these thorough endorsements of this film. I agree with that. It's just so good, damn it. 100%. I am not biased at all with this one.
It's like it's impossible to really. You haven't seen it. You haven't actually seen it.
The very
and it's the difference between this and saying like, I watched the first episode of Pluribus or something, and I thought that first episode was really cool. It's like, yeah, because being presented with something that is structured as like complete.
You can speak on. You can speak on the first 30 minutes. But who the fuck does that when promoting the whole movie?
No, it's just like when it comes out.
To say it.
Oh,
Scary movie, and it opens nationwide November 14th. It's amazing to me that Dan Trachtenberg has now made his third film in the Predator universe after Prey and this year's Killer.
Very fucking said that, Chris. Say other things. You can do this.
No, he can't.
Yes, the IMDb page is running out of words. What do I do?
Exceptional. And yet, this is the first one to actually be in theaters.
Whoa.
They've all been on Hulu, and I'm so glad that Badlands got the big screen treatment. It's also
so glad it got its fucking commercial public
I gotta say, I am blown away by the fact that in essentially to try and the Netflix Warner Brothers thing, of like, oh, you know, there are certain movies that should be on the big screen. It's like, dude, for like 100 years, the majority of movies that you saw in theaters were like not big spectacles.
No.
Like the majority of movies that release even now and for the last 100 years is not like a fucking superhero movie. You know, people went to see like Dead Poets Society in theaters and stuff like that. What arguments are we actually making for the nature of which movies ought to and ought not to be released in theaters? Isn't it all completely arbitrary ultimately?
But it's not like a repeat mistake. It's the same dynamics in play. The Hollywood Renaissance thing. So like end of the 60s when the westerns basically died out and television was becoming more common. Like theatre space basically the same dynamic or similar dynamic to what we're currently facing. And they tried for a while to lean even harder into big scale massive epics with huge sound. You've got these massive blockbuster style western type movies. Individually outcompete TV by saying essentially there is a type of movie that the theatre exists to serve, and that is the epic. But then they sort of missed the point, which is that all the epics were really shit, and nobody wanted to see them anyway on any size screen ever, never mind paying more to see one in the theatre. So they lost their way in television, and then eventually they recalibrated and started making shockingly good films. And actually that got people back into the theatre, and TV didn't die, it just became an alternative way of watching the movie. It doesn't to be baked into all of these arguments that, again, the only thing that theatre exists to serve is a certain kind of massive epic scale film, irrespective of the quality of that movie. It failed before, it will fail now.
A lot of these sort of movie brain people are actually like boring normies. They actually do things like, oh yeah, you watch like an Avengers movie in the theater, but you don't watch like Rain Man or like fucking A Few Good Men or one of these kinds of movies in the theater. These are just people talking like, why would you want to watch that in the theaters? That can go to Netflix.
Yeah, fuck that.
That's like the real, that's the real concern. Oh my god, is whether or not Harry Potter, well, they're doing a TV show, I guess. Well, if the next, you know, Superman movie is going to be released on Netflix, like,
It might be. Might be changed on Netflix by Warner Bros. It does show up on Netflix.
What argument can you present for Netflix acquiring Warner Brothers that should not be allowed, that didn't also apply back in 2017 with Fox and Disney? It's game over, man. Like, it already happened. It's over. Like, the massive media consolidation is just going to happen. And in this case, it doesn't really matter. Like, one of these companies is going to get it. If it's, you know, if it's not Warner Brothers, if it's not Netflix, it's going to be Paramount. It's game over. Like, if Microsoft was allowed to acquire Activision for like $70 billion, if Disney was allowed to acquire Fox for like $75 billion, what argument's going to be made that Netflix can't acquire Warner Brothers for an equivalent amount of money? It's game over. The actual fight on that one was lost like 10 years ago. It's over. Anyway.
It would be bizarrely better if whenever one of these companies just failed and went bankrupt, they just had a literal random raffle of all the IPs and just everybody else got one.
Basically what happened. Any given THQ thing, no, it's not good. Yeah, pretty much. It's, you know, no matter what that company's getting acquired, like, that's happening, and there'll be massive negative consequences, as there always are, from these massive amounts of consolidation, because it's less competition.
Want to be rated PG-13 ever since Alien vs. Predator being the last Predator film that had that rating. And I'll be honest,
I'm sorry, I meant to miss what you said there.
Killer of Killers, which was exceptional, and yet this is the first one to actually be in theaters. They've all been on Hulu, and I'm so glad that Badlands got the big screen treatment. It's also the first one.
Well, the thing is about Predator, Killer of Killers, and Prey is that if it's on streaming, it's a little bit harder to find out how successful or not successful they are. So, yes. But now that it's on the box office, you got really proper numbers. Sure do.
To be rated PG-13 ever since Alien vs. Predator being the last Predator film that had that rating. And I'll be
what is that sentence? There's a reason why they accepted probably. He's just like he said in the last. It's a PG-13, like ADP was back in 2004.
I
don't think that's what he said though.
It got released in theaters in PG-13. The last one was AVP.
He said ever since, which is such a weird way to put that, as though it implies it's been PG-13 since AVP, which is obviously not the case. It feels like he corrects that halfway through.
Theatrical. There were two theatrical Predator films released between then that were R-rated.
Yeah.
Now made the third film.
But listen to the way he says it.
After
Wacky.
Prey and this year's Killer of Killers, which was exceptional, and yet this is the first one to actually be in theaters. They've all been on Hulu, and I'm so glad that Badlands got the big screen treatment. It's also the first one to be rated PG-13 ever since Alien vs. Predator being the last Predator film that had that rating. And I'll be honest,
It's just a weird way to say it.
It's the ever. It's
Yeah.
not ever in there. Because
It's a long run on sticks.
It's odd. It's a word.
The entire video is just reading out basic trivia facts, and somehow.
See how hard it is? See how hard it is?
Well, if only there were a difference between a stream and a prepared video. There's nothing that could be done.
It's a shame there isn't.
Yeah.
I didn't know that until after I saw it. I was watching the movie assuming it's R because there's quite a bit of implication.
Whatever, Chris.
Bullshit.
How the fuck did you miss that? The big age rating shit before the movie starts. You kidding me?
And also the fact that clearly they cut away from a lot of stuff, so you can't actually see it.
I just mean like
Waste killed off screen.
It was discussed extensively.
No blood.
You didn't see it when the movie. Like I still
You see
believe
it on
you.
the poster.
Yeah, I
You see it on the poster. You see it up on the screen when you go to buy the
Yeah,
ticket.
it's like
They
a
have it
Kurosawa
on the screen.
Yeah.
And also, you'd be able to determine it based on the trailers as well, because the trailers correspond, broadly with whatever the film is going to be.
Limb removal. The thing is, it's not red human blood. It's all green.
This is all Eddie has to say.
I
This is
mean,
all. This is
you don't have rage. You're like the people in pluribus, all the high. You're
Also, he has less excuse. Mr. Filmmaker knows everything about the history of film, is inspired by all these different wonderful creative directors and stuff, knows how the MPA probably works, I assume. It's just because it's non-humans, and that's it. There's nothing else to say about how anything is done in film when it comes to age ratings. Gotcha.
Blood and slime and things like that, so they get away with it being goofy and alien and kind of fun. I love that there's a way around that. You can have so much alien creature carnage and gore and maintain a PG-13 rating.
Just show the footage that goes off screen.
I mean, if it's off screen, it's really easy to get away with it. It's like a cheat code. You can have any sort of violence as long as you don't portray it in any way. Turns out, wow.
And Elle Fanning's involvement as a synthetic gives you a not-human presence that...
Dude, it's sad. Everyone's just got the same things to say.
She's a person. She's got no legs. That's it.
We once again sing the praises of watching someone like Grace, who says things that are insane, but they're original. Just, I'll take it, you know. Because as much as Chris reads the IMDb, he'll also just say stuff that everyone else already has and not add. He doesn't want to be any controversial statements.
Yeah, the work isn't watching the movie, it's watching other reviewers.
Sort of makes you feel like there's a human presence, but there isn't one. He has maintained Trachtenberg a completely alien and robotic experience in this film, and I was very, very impressed with that. The vast majority
the master of recognizing alien
I can't wait for
But he's explicitly not robotic in this film.
No, she's not at all.
To be clear on this, when you're appealing to they went out of the way to have no human characters, you're talking about like the first 30 minutes of Wall-E, for instance, where you've got very much robot characters that are not to be mistaken with human beings while still being characters in their own right. Or you're talking about a movie like Flow, where it's all animals and they all behave like animals and there's no dialogue at all. That's what you're appealing to. That's what they're appealing to in your mind when they say, oh man, Predator Badlands actually a really unique film. Did you know there are no human characters in it? It's like, and yet it is indistinguishable from that because they might as well, because they are, pretty much.
She is a person, and the backstory is that she and Hester, I think, is her sister, they were given emotions. Now, we, who kind of watch movies and kind of understand what the thought process is, understand that this is because they wanted them functionally to be a They can't have a movie with actually no human characters. The audience will find it weird and boring. The people who watch this movie seem like take it very, very literally. It's like, no, they were only given those emotions so they could manipulate the creatures on the planet, because that's what the movie says is the reason. It doesn't change the fact that the emotions functionally make Thea a human. Thea is a human character. She is a human female character. That's what she is. That's the point of giving her the emotions. She presents that way. No real point in the movie, just the fact that she is a robot make a difference, except that she survives having no legs.
Universal Translator, bro.
Oh, fuck, I forgot about that one. One of those.
Magical one.
Yes. Dialogue in this movie comes from Deck himself and is subtitled. It's just a really exciting.
I have no idea why you think the vast majority of dialogue in this is from Deck.
That's not
No,
true.
it's not.
That's obvious. That doesn't pass the smell test of statements to speak. I have no idea why you said that. That's just obviously not true.
Why do you say that?
I don't know. It's like you just. I can't believe I'm saying this, but your review should have been shorter.
Enough sections in there along with the action just to withstand that runtime. And there's so much
Withstand it.
Oh, that's a weird. It's such a weirdly negative way. That's
Like the timeline is something to be endured.
Yeah.
silence and tension building in this movie without a lot of dialogue. You can't extend that too long, and it's handled.
What? You're wrong. That's not even.
I think he's not. There's no way. The fact that the idea of it, like stopping and breathing and having tense moments, like that isn't this film, man.
So
That ain't this film.
I just brought it up, but like, Flow is a whole hour and a half long movie with no dialogue, and it's fantastic. I don't know why Chris would stand here and say like that can't work. They must have fucked it up.
how did it withstand that time period?
Well, yeah, I mean it's about as long as because this film was like what 1.5 hours. Like it's way shorter than it actually feels.
Oh wait, just combine those comments with the dialogue mostly comes from Dad, combined with had no idea it wasn't even R-rated. You do have a sense of like we're building a picture here that he wants something else, as in like you watch clips, you watch a summary thing, because it's just weird to miss these three things that. There's no like I don't see any motive to really be saying them other than like you just genuinely didn't know. This like makes you wonder how we watched this.
So well.
And Rinker's the one who got accused of that.
There are so many scenes where it's just Deck hunting this thing, this impossible creature that he's trying to find and kill. And it,
I don't think there's any actually.
Why?
Really, no.
I think that there are actually zero.
There's no hunting sequence.
He doesn't do
in terms of, like tracking the target, stalking the prey, and then hatching a plan really at all. It's just kind of like he goes out and makes a big explosion to lure it to him, and they fight.
Yep.
Yeah. There are zero scenes of what would have been cool to see, just him actually hunting.
takes the idea of the predator hunt to the next level. It's not
Oh, this is the next level, dude. 100%.
Yeah, he just sort of arrives at the place because someone said that's the place, and then he makes an explosion and it shows up. The next level of the predator hunt, which involves literally no hunting.
just about crash landing on Earth and killing some random people. This is about respect.
What? Crash landing on Earth and killing some random people. This is about respect. That is disrespect to the original, right? Don't be summarizing it that way, Mister. Especially with how you're talking about this one. Like a movie, Bob. Like, what a weird and wacky movie the original one. Can we just mandate it? You're not allowed to do this anymore. You have to go and watch it, okay, guys?
You have to go and you have to be. Someone has to film you watching it as you watch the film, and then that has to be uploaded to the database.
Trachtenberg is clearly very, very good in this world.
Okay.
I would love to see him do something else because he's made 3 Predator movies, and I love his way of making films.
Oh, I remember this, right. It's like, it's weird comment where he's clearly saying, please stop making Predator movies. They're great. You're like,
as well. But if he just wants to make Predator movies for the rest of his life, I'll watch all of them because I'm really glad this franchise is in someone's hands that's capable of making a really good Predator movie. Because I feel like my whole life I've loved Predator and very much so enjoyed Predator 2, and I'm just kind of in.
I don't know if Chris is capable of love.
it's,
It's just like that's such a strong We've said it before. All of us have said it before. But whenever you watch him, whenever you listen to him, passion doesn't even enter into the equation.
No.
There's no passion. There is no care. There's no
Well,
like maybe it was in him a long time ago, but that's just gone.
Yeah,
That's
those things. Yeah, he just. It's also it's hard to take it seriously because it's almost like that love Predator, which you just finished telling us that all Predator was alien land random people. Unlike that, now
the level up.
Predator just sounded like it don't exist. It doesn't sound like you love the original Predator. It sounds kind of like you didn't like it very much, but maybe that's just because you have to downplay it to make this one seem better.
Well, it's like that comment, right? Like he's just inches away from saying, "I grew up with Predator." Like, did you? Maybe you watched it when you were younger, but then somebody said I cut it out of the Ghostbusters one. He didn't see that movie, the original, until he was in his 20s. Ghostbusters.
Kind of remarkable, like crazy.
And again, it's someone in chat right now will be like, yeah, same for me, what's the problem? It's like, well, he's a cinephile. He's supposed to be obsessed. He considers like filmmaking, being a director was his #1 thing to do since the early part of his life. It's really weird that you don't see something like Ghostbusters until your 20s. And he does mention it's to do with the Jehovah's Witness stuff. But at the same time, 20s, right? So it's like what, you know, in a way, like they were stopping you. Do you have to go to a friend's house? Do you wait for your parents now? 20, you have to be like college?
It's a whole thing. It's really, I don't know, that thing was right. There was a lot of money, and he did manage to do lots of other things.
No, I know, like if someone said they do stop you, it's like 20s, you know. Did he, like, what was he just locked in the house and not like watching some stuff? I'm curious, like, what the nature of all of that would be. And let's just say I was forbidden from seeing certain films. It didn't stop me, and I was way younger.
The main benefit was lots of movies I watched when I was younger was on television syndication. That's how I watched it long, from like the 80s and 90s, and the 2000s as well, I suppose.
No, not. He unironically left Jehovah's Witness to do filmmaking. Yes, you're not listening to me. Like, so what I'm talking about is human beings are told to do certain things, and sometimes they don't do them through a thing called rebellion, right? They could kind of do naughty things, get up to no good. And I'm saying that he, in his 20s, was so, like, remember, he was inspired to become a filmmaker well before that. I don't understand what took him so long to watch all kinds of films when, if he was living a human life, if you were trapped in a basement, whatever, yeah, fair enough. But I don't see how if he was doing functional things like going outside to places or seeing friends or going to even in school or college. It just
I didn't apparently left him in his early 20s. So, I mean, it depends. I guess, I mean, some people do just go along with whatever they're told to do. Some people do not have that usually.
well, but he did. I'm just wondering why it took so long. Also, what's the JW's take on like bio? Is it like what's the rules on what's allowed, what's not? Does anyone know? Your basic.
I imagine if got my head sort of crossing with mass and things like that, they could start to speak posts and things.
But they're taking out the things where they're trying to
It's not near existence of ghosts.
Is that not compatible with afterlife stuff, or is it demonic?
A lot of people who are like Christian and everything, they just have a certain culture about them in terms of, you know, tend to be more conservatively, a bit old school, especially, you know, with our age, just growing up and everything. And there wasn't any like specific doctrine in the church that said that, you know, this media you can't engage with. It was just sort of an emergent culture of the people who were in that religion. Probably matters.
Because like bigger parity from stuff in church, you know, there were lots of church people there, and like some of them are still like in their 30s and 40s, for example, not ever having been allowed to read or watch Harry Potter, but then they don't even decide to do that. They didn't realize.
Well, yeah, I get that, but obviously he broke out of it. Was watching some very wacky shit.
even earlier than he theoretically watched Ghostbusters. I would be curious to know how it works for him. Or that maybe he did believe fundamentally that he shouldn't watch something like Ghostbusters. Versus some other stuff, but it does not lock out all ghost stuff. Or just...
If you're strict about it, it works. Because if you're going on justification for that, then yeah, it's like, yeah, anything like that is not like blasphemy. So anything that goes to it, the same trap, it's hereditary.
Even if that, so you can play Luigi's Mansion then.
No.
What about Mario Kart, King Boo's and that?
Depends how well aware they are of the video games.
Video game?
It's terribly up to
Wait, then again, what about Aliens?
That's got to be complicated, right? Because Aliens, that's like a, I don't know, how much can they...
Because remember, Signs is like his core movie. And he would have seen that well before Ghostbusters, meaning they would have allowed him to see that, or that he's...
Even though it's got aliens in it.
I guess, but then, I mean, there's not perhaps the same theological foundation of the aliens. They can be more easily fit into the grand scheme of God created them, and the great within them that they aliens, but then, like, those stops, whereas aliens can be made to fit, I guess.
I would have thought they'd be like, aliens don't exist, but maybe Joe's with his opinions.
As far as aliens, yeah, I can only... As far as the Catholics are concerned, I don't think there's any statement on it. I think it's totally a possibility. When I was in high school, I went to a Catholic school, and my teacher for, I think he was doing chemistry at the time. He was a priest. When I asked him about it, he said, "No, it makes sense that they're out there." You know, he stated unironically. Kind of. He had an old voice, but he was really friendly and gregarious.
He sound kind of like that guy from the end of the last episode of season 3 of Smiling Bread.
We all celebrate Christmas together, except for a certain group of people. You know what I'm talking about. Excuse me? You said a certain group of... Oh, it's a joke, but it didn't land as well as I thought, but, you know, whatever.
But I think my specific question to him was, do aliens have souls? And it's back in high school. I think his answer was basically, I would imagine so. So some effect of that. He would, essentially they do, but there wasn't any official Catholic doctrine on it as far as he was aware, as far as memory serves me. Which I guess makes sense intuitively. If there's some species out there that's sapient, they would have they would have their own. God wouldn't have forgotten about them. They'd have their own Jesus Messiah figure. They would have their own Bible of the sort. God wouldn't have abandoned them. He would have taken care of them in the right way. But they're so far away that we're basically separate. So I don't know, something to think about. I guess how they answer those questions, what their answers would be.
You know that Indiana Jones was big for inspiring him. He like tried to recreate sequences from him when he was younger. Well, I'd be curious. I wonder if that's compatible in the sense that Indiana Jones demands that you respect these sort of symbols of religion and stuff.
But I mean, surely
the truth. The Ark of the Covenant is real, and the Ark of the Covenant is how
But the other things are too. The Kali stones. So that's the thing. Because they are also aligned with good or agreeable in that sense. So I don't see what rule could allow Indiana Jones to exempt Ghostbusters, given
I would have thought, I've said before, my parents had rules when it came to movie, but the games they had 0. I wonder if his parents were as savvy with films, as in, like, they knew which ones to block and which ones not to. And I wonder if there was, like, weird odd lines of, like, I'm trying to think of what is the fuzziest line of ghosts, but not really, but sort of.
The thing is, it wasn't the thing that Harry Potter, like, a lot of people didn't like Harry Potter.
Yeah, witchcraft and stuff. Because my parents are... Because I went to a Catholic grade school as well, and Harry Potter was like big. I was around when I was in grade school when they were coming out. It was huge. Everybody was reading it. No one had like an issue with it, as far as I know. It was in schools. We had tests on it if you wanted to do like the accelerated reading program. As far as I know, and I need to ask my mom. Hey, back in the day, when I was in grade school, when the Harry Potter stuff was coming out, because she's like big into the church stuff and everything. Was that like an issue? Did you have like a class on it, or was everything okay? Because everything seemed okay. I was never told not to read them. No one I knew was told not to read them. So I guess it's just different for different places.
Yeah, I mean, there's one very specific actual policies of bar and one of the show. There were some like really robust, like Sidious one is not on to pictures of Muhammad or the concept of music, for example. But generally, when it comes like, I know it's just insane, but like, with I would guess it's the same with Jews when it's with Catholics, is that the church can find justification for whatever land you want to impose. Some places will ban icons like Brian, but some won't do that, and it's just you can find a justification, but the justification isn't necessarily given to you on high.
Yeah, I do think you're right. You could find a line in the Bible that supports virtually anything, especially with interpretations and as it gets filtered through different priests and clergy and whatnot. Because I mean, you mentioned Mike O'Brien. I was allowed to see Mike O'Brien, and I was allowed to watch like Indiana Jones and stuff, all those movies. But I wasn't allowed to play Quake, and I wasn't allowed to watch The Simpsons. So it was really weird.
Really unfortunate.
Do you remember what they said about The Simpsons? Was it just too old for you, or was it just too blasphemous?
I don't think it was a religious thing. I think it wasn't a religious thing. It was just like I guess they thought it was like too adult or did scenarios there that they didn't want me to watch. Or I'm not exactly sure.
Because I mean, Simpsons does like do a lot of shit that religious people would not be happy with, but
obviously the thing that I would argue is like, I mean, think about the episodes and they talk about it.
Well, the ultimate points are usually that God exists and you shouldn't fuck around with it.
Yeah, but they let me watch Life of Brian.
No, yeah.
My dad was a huge Monty Python fan, so that might have been as simple as it was. He loved Monty Python, even when we watched Flying Circus and all that stuff. I have all the DVDs. So that's what got me in, basically, that he really, really liked Monty Python. So the movies were A-okay, and so was the show. And that might have been as simple as it was. He's like, no, this stuff's fine, it's fine. And he really likes it, so I got to see it. That might be it. Who knows?
Wasn't it a great horror episode where God strangled Homer? It's actually, lived in a room over the house and strangled him. Oh, and it wasn't there because there was the one where he became deaf, and then he has to kill Marge. It's like he comes like it, it looks like it's Marge, and she's getting lifted up to heaven. Like, wait a minute, this is Marge, this is your fastest.
It's Patty, jerk. Yeah, it's just like sellotape top.
Someone in chat said parents thought Bart was disrespectful and bad influence. That literally might be it. That Bart was just a shithead, and so that might rub off on me when I saw a kid doing that, behaving that way.
Bart is not a shithead.
Well, maybe that's their perception.
He's a scam.
Yeah, their perception. So who knows? Maybe that was it. It was just a matter of they see the kid and that doing all that stuff.
Yeah.
Who knows? But like I said, it's weird lines. But I mean, I'm sure there was a certain amount of thought paid for it. But I mean, who knows? I mean, luckily, I think it was good that even with the restrictions that we would have, either among us or those in the chat growing up, there was always enough good stuff that you always had something to watch or do. I think mostly I wouldn't really let them play video games when I was really young. And I think that was mostly just because it wasn't because of violence or any aspect of it. It was mostly because they wanted me doing other things, going outside, reading, whether it just doing anything that they thought would be more constructive.
This is kind of interesting too, because I would totally argue in favor of it being like really positive representation for a kid of that age, about doing things that are wrong, sort of like quote unquote, but the show usually has consequences for him. Like significant ones at certain times, failing in school and watching him deal with it, or watching him like screw over the family by messing around with certain things, and then watching, for example, like Ottawa being angry at him, or being disappointed and it hitting him so hard, stuff like that. But having kids see that, I think is honestly potentially better than seeing a golden child behave perfectly, and the show will hold them back.
I think there's something like that, yeah. It might just be a simple matter of they didn't know what the content of The Simpsons really was.
Yeah.
And they didn't watch it themselves. So I guess their idea of it was, malformed, which would explain, like, oh, like that, like I said, Monty Python fans, we could watch all the Monty Python stuff because he thought it was funny, even though a lot of it was very irreverent. And obviously, Life of Brian is super critical of religion. But like both of my dad, my mom, and hardcore Catholic and everything. Well, not hardcore, but they're quite Catholic. So even the fact that Life of Brian I was allowed to see in that context was like, oh, it's weird, how some of these decisions get made. But there's always some sort of reasoning in there somewhere. I mean, ultimately, it works. There's more than one way to raise a kid on a media diet. I got to see a whole bunch of it's not all of it, but
you never know what's going to work and what's not. You never know what effect they're going to have. And sometimes you'll never actually know, as in the person themselves doesn't even know. They end up doing shit and they're like, I wonder if that came from that.
But the whole parental guidance, that's what it's meant to mean. So I would say, it does just feel like a common element of particularly like millennial growing up, right?
Yeah.
It's like watching The Simpsons every night at 6 o'clock, and then that period when there was like, God, I'm pretty sure there was like a Simpsons hour that was like 3 times a week on top of the every weekday 6 o'clock Simpsons episode. God, that was some good shit. It's just getting so much Simpsons for free on free-to-air television.
And back to Chris.
Especially if we ever, God forbid, we ever find a lady who can put up with us and we have kids, what would your rules be, or would you allow, disallow, especially as like video games and stuff are concerned? And
it would always just be super contextual.
I probably have to think about that a lot. Yeah,
I'm not even sure age range would be relevant to me. It would be, I need to see how they deal with stuff, and then just go from there. Like all of the media back to front would be the pistol shove and everything from there.
Yeah, because some kids can just like process super duper well. Other things just go like, oh shit.
But yeah, the other thing as well is that you want to simultaneously show them shit when it's appropriate, but also you kind of want to be the one to show them the stuff first, or they see it in a yeah, like you don't want to end up in an uncontrolled environment watching something that either blows them away in the worst way possible or influences them really badly when you can be there to explain how things work or why it's the way that it is.
Yeah. It's like if you don't talk to your kids about drugs, that kind of thing, but there's something truth to that in a manner of speaking. You want to be the one to show them really good stuff. Like when I was like growing up, my dad would always, there was like speakers in the house or in the living room, and he'd play music on it a bunch, and it'd be everything from like Kate Bush, Electric Light Orchestra, Enya, Sarah Brightman, all kinds of stuff. So when I just grew up in classical, so I grew up with a very broad media diet of music. So now I listen to all sorts of stuff because you just got used to having, you got a taste of kind of everything. You didn't just get to play one single thing, or you weren't left to only buy the one thing that you really liked. You kind of were forced to listen to all kinds of different stuff. And I think with games and movies, it'd probably be the same way. You'd at least open the door on trying new stuff and learning to appreciate different genres. I think I would want my kids to play video games, so obviously I would make sure they didn't play like Psycho Crazy ones, and I keep the fuck away from mobile games. So yeah, years.
I don't want to miss out, like, get a few older shit in there, like can as well.
Yeah. We're gonna watch like we're gonna sit down, we're gonna have a movie night or whatever, we're gonna watch this old film that was super good. We're gonna watch The Man Who Would Be King, and we're gonna watch the old Monty Python stuff, and we're gonna watch Indiana Jones, these older movies that were just super cool and really good.
You've seen The Man Who Would Be King?
Yeah.
I have a feeling that the 2 or 3 have not seen.
It's one of my dad's favorites.
One of my dad's favorites, I'm gonna show me, I fucking loved it. The Sean Connery and Michael Caine.
Yes, that's the one.
Pretty cool movie. It's got a very specific point to make. Very good shit. I like movies.
The point that it makes is that Peachy's a really fucking awesome name. No, I don't actually. At this point, I
think he likes cinematic slot bucket apps, but
he likes the idea of movies.
Yeah. Maybe, not even.
Maybe. To cycle back though, because he said he's like loves horror for as long as he can remember, and it's just like, man, imagine being like so into horror but you're not allowed anything to do with ghosts. Like a lot ton. I was wondering what they're taking me on some of the slasher movies where this very sort of satanic, ritually stuff. Well, you know what I mean? Like, when there's a horrifying monster that's been summoned by a fucking ritual with a pentagram or something.
Oh, Shelby Oaks.
Yeah, that's actually a good example. I wonder if that would be too much.
I don't recall, like, folks ever being against, like, demons and stuff in movies. At least not to my knowledge, especially because they're always the villains in the bad. They're the antagonists of the story. But I can't remember actually watching any. It might have just been that because of the family, because I'm the oldest of four. We didn't watch horror movies because of, you know, the family aspect, and we never really went out to it. So I did cherish stuff that did actually make me scared. The Land Before Time is kind of a famous one that's brought up. That movie had like perilous, scary stuff in it. Over Little Nemo, Adventures in Slumberland, Nightmare King at the end. Holy shit, that scared the fuck out of me. But that's why I liked it. I'm like, ooh, this feeling of being scared and terrified. I don't get this many places. This is awesome. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I see it that way. So a lot of people don't want to pursue it because it's like a negative experience, but it's the uniqueness of it being, it is a fantasy, right? It's not actually real. But to dip the toe in there and then come back out safe. Anyway, sorry, Chris.
Sorry, Chris.
You know,
we were having a conversation, but you've been waiting there so very patiently for us.
Yeah.
But
you go right ahead.
Interesting conversation which has ever school.
Waiting around for like
waiting around.
Waiting around. I'm sorry that you've been waiting around.
Sorry,
Chris.
We're back.
Our great Predator stuff. We are now, thanks to Trachtenberg, in a good time. You click right here and get synchronized.
Right?
I do like the idea that he was waiting just to say goodbye. I'm gonna go, guys.
Can I leave now? Is it awkward for me to leave now? Or should I go? I don't know what to do with my hands. Do I put them in my pockets? If I make it nervous.
Yeah.
There's a thought experiments doing nothing much. Doesn't matter. I'm with Charlie, and we don't even know who you are.
It's your private party. Gonna wait forever.
Adam does movies.
Oh, okay.
Adam's gonna do those movies.
He's an exciting guy.
We have Predator 2. We have the Predators. Predator, Prey. Is that the Predator
So
Badlands?
what?
That's that. I know that was. What's that? What is that building on the shelf there? At first, I thought it might be the Disney. Is that Hogwarts or something?
I think.
Hogwarts.
Chat. Is it
Because
Hogwarts?
Hogwarts changed like 3 different times. Oh, I think it is Hogwarts. Actually, I don't know.
Got the right style.
It doesn't look like it. It might be one of those. It might be one of those Lego sets that's like the architecture sets with the real buildings. Because I think they do those.
So like an actual building that exists in the real world.
Yeah, but they just make the like Lego variation.
I assume that it's a movie thing because I mean, obviously we got a movie background here. I think that's DeLorean over there.
That's the DeLoreans now. That one guy, Big Empty Room, had one as well.
There are more people who have the little DeLorean model from the movie than the actual fucking cars.
Oh yeah.
I heard that, and I don't know if this is true, there are more DeLoreans that have been made to look like the movie DeLorean than actual stock DeLoreans.
Oh, well, probably, yeah.
Makes
I think
sense.
at this point, for a lot of people, they think of the DeLorean as like, oh yeah, that's like that Back to the Future car rather than that actual car by that real car company. You know? DeLorean was, that was the inspiration for Homer's vehicle, wasn't it? You know, like, obviously it doesn't look the same, but the same idea of this very weird car that's not really designed for many people at all. It costs a lot of money. Just kind of like a bad idea.
Yeah.
Did you know that there are 4 stock Pontiac Aztecs and ones that are made to look like the Breaking Bad one?
Okay. I wonder how many Cybertrucks have been sold versus just sitting on lots right now, just not fucking just withering away. I'm pretty sure
I mean, it's suspension time, I'm sure. I'm sure that they seem to operate everything.
He said it could be a boat, that the Cybertruck could be a boat. Go underwater with a boat. And that's the... Whatever. Anyway, what has he got to say about this movie?
The Navy is fantastic. No confusion whatsoever. We're going to be spending the majority of this time with Deck as he hunts down his prey, which is the fierce, unkillable Callus. And you should be able to remember that name.
Except by a casual grenade that apparently Predator just had.
And also he doesn't play film.
Aim, because they say Callus like 1,000 times. I'm going after the Callus. You can't kill the Callus. He's after the Callus. The Callus is over here. Callus, Callus, Callus. Joining Deck on his misadventure is Thea, played by Elle Fanning. Played half of Elle Fanning. She's severed from the waist up, used as a glorified.
I don't know why I said it like that. Severed from the waist up. That's not. From the legs perspective, like from the perspective of her legs, she's severed from the waist up. But typically, that's not the person component. So
Waist down, because, you know, the brain is up there, and that's like you. So
yeah, like I take a little umbrage at the misogynistic your head when it's losing your body. Leaves your body
on the body and the lower arm for a woman. That's disgusting.
Wow, he's making commentary.
I don't mean like, yeah, it's a big statement on that. That's his opinion.
It's okay.
They got a model for her bottom half that wasn't actually Elle Fanning's bottom half.
Okay.
So that's strange.
Birds who were a tool for the majority of the film. She's going to be the comic relief here, and she is very funny. She's very likable. I like minutes of whip.
You know.
Which whip did you laugh at? Because I didn't believe you.
It's also not the only comic relief. I agree.
My
goodness.
Some of the reactions to things. We have a trio going at.
That's not Thea.
Did someone say Callus?
I mean, that. Alright. I mean, they don't really go. I guess we covered it because he doesn't go after the cows really, so them going after as a trio is not really. More of a fun adventure where they get to learn about each other and make jokes.
Yeah, they're just traveling.
Alright.
This is strange.
That's his energy. I think they say it a lot. Did he take all of Chris Stuckman's energy?
I would rather have a Chris Stuckman and a crazy guy than two so-so guys.
I guess so.
Did he become a high roller?
No, he did when he cashed in all of his quadrillions of Zynga coins on energies, 5-hour energies, and rock stars.
Cool, slick-looking video game when it comes to
why that? Why not Red Bull or
I don't think so. Let me. If I see the can, maybe I'll. I don't think I recognize this. Maybe. So. Yeah, I don't think I recognize these. Maybe they're around. I'm not sure. But I said Rockstar because I'm drinking now. It's sort of what if I'm gonna have a little soda, I'll have a little Rockstar.
Wait, Rockstar is that I know that's an energy drink, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, alright.
Yeah.
I said that several times to my buddy who came with. They said, I feel like the director played a few PlayStation exclusives and said, I'm gonna make these movies. Horizon Zero Dawn.
What? That's PlayStation exclusive specifically. Okay, I don't know. It's about Horizon. I will say, as somebody who's not played much of that game at all, it's pretty boring. I don't see the
watch 30 minutes of Horizon.
No, I'm pretty sure I've played about 5 hours of both games. I got the first one and I stopped, and then I got the second one with my PlayStation 5.
How was it?
The point being, how was it? It's pretty boring. It's not great graphics, but
well, I mean that's a quality all of its own.
But I mean, bear in mind, fellas, Horizon is like a massively successful franchise on paper.
It's the Avatar of video games.
It's a very apt comparison. The point being, in any case, I don't see the parallel at all. I don't know why he'd be saying that Predator Badlands reminds him of Horizon Zero Dawn.
I think they also read the same press release. It reminds me of it. Yeah, Kojima said it, and I'm sure it's absolutely. Yeah, he said the Predator Badlands. It's a new approach to the franchise that combines inspiration from video games, manga, and anime. The fact that he has a fucking Death Stranding thing coming out on Disney soon, I think is a pure coincidence. Because like, he obviously does believe it, but he also couldn't didn't name any specific ones. And it keeps coming up. Every one of these people says, "Oh, it's like they play video games, it's like the video games." When they do name a specific video game, it's nothing like that video game. When they don't name them, you just think, well, you just said it, everyone else said it, so.
Mm. Mm.
probably fail once again to keep the episode short. Luckily, a lot of really dumb shit happened over the weekend, and we've covered a lot of the more serious aspects of this evil administration lately. And while many of the press briefings and White House roundtables are dealing with serious issues in ways that will probably be catastrophic, the absolute buffoonery was on full display recently from multiple people in the administration, including the big man himself. Take this clip, for example, where he's taking questions at a meeting and started talking about how great things are going between Russia and Ukraine.
Good situation.
Before we get into more of the outrageous statements from this administration lately, and we might end up on the FBI's most wanted list, we should let you know that the United States military carried out a lethal Hellfire missile strike on a drug boat that was carrying nearly 4,000 pounds of cocaine. It was just miles from U.S. soil. Everyone on board had to be more than they had to be. Simply had to be. It was the only option, as they were heading directly towards Art Basel, and the drugs would have been stored by the most insufferable people on the planet. Except now, that's not what happened at all. Well, it is true that a large boat carrying $28 million cocaine was parked within earshot of Miami Beach, and that cocaine was probably by a bunch of finance personality at Art Basel. Instead of being under strike by the concept, the boat was boarded by the Coast Guard, investigating, the drugs were seized, the occupants were arrested, no one was blown or killed at all? I don't think so. Wait, how is it possible? They can do that? I'm so confused. Is that seeming to prove that maybe it's excessive, just slightly excessive, to order 20 lethal strikes on suspected drug traffickers in relatively small vessels in international waters hundreds of miles from the United States? Or that maybe all of these strikes are about something other than stopping the flow of drugs in the United States? I mean, who's to say? We're not sure if we're ever going to get a full video of that strike with 11 people. Based on the reaction from elected officials who've seen the footage, it's not something we really want to watch. But now it's kind of important how badly the Trump administration this so-called Department of War has been downgraded. As for Trump, despite saying just days ago that he would certainly release everything, he now seems to be placing the burden directly on Nixon on whether or not to release the whole thing. But overall, he seems fine with the strikes himself.
vaccinations are trying to kill American kids. I think it's a valid challenge. I understand the business side of it.
I mean, yeah, my life is it's an endless cycle. The worst is fucking shit. Exactly. I thought by now, no, it's just the same as it ever was. Well, this past weekend was also the first Kennedy Center Honors Awards that were handed out since Trump completely took over the famed Performing Arts Center. And winner is Kid Rock.
Break time.
No arguments he took it over, and of course, upon taking over which he had like no interest in it in the first term. Yeah, and now he's just like, I don't care. I want my name on literally everything. He, was like, this term, I'm taking it over. And the first thing he did when it came time for the awards is he ditched the iconic design of the award. A design that has been handed out for the past 40 years because of all those gay rainbows. You can't have those gay rainbows. What if a straight person wins an award? What are they supposed to do? It turns them gay when they win the award. Yeah. Now it just looks like a participation medal from the local fun run. I should know. Just got it. Yeah. Very nice. I had to work for this one. The colors of the rainbow, they still exist in the new design, but they're just subtly etched into the face of a literal medal. Before it was like a very unique look. It was like a shape with the rainbows and the gold things on it, and now it is literally just, looks like an Olympic medal or a marathon medal or anything. Or a Nobel Prize. Could be. Also, the family that made the previous awards, they seem pretty bummed out by this. Here's local DC outlet WUSA. The Maturin family has been putting together the awards, also morals by hand since 1992. We took it from a piece of paper and architectural design from my dad.